Dad? Is that you? Are we in there? Looks like we are. What's up, friends? How we doing? It is Saturday. And, yeah, we're here for our last stream of the week. Yesterday, we made it to Torment 3. Well, we were kind of already in Torment 3, but yesterday we were really, like, doing everything in Torment 3. And, got some gear upgrades. We started doing some glyph upgrades. Got them all to like 41? 36. I got 1 to 41. Found out we can do pit tier 50. Yeah, we were 5 away from Torment 4. And so being at Torment 50, I'm sorry, being at tier 50 in the pit means we should have a relatively easy time getting ourselves to glyph level 46 on all of our glyphs. It's like a 90% chance. I believe it's a 90% chance at level 41 while you're in tier 50. I believe that will hold all the way up to at least 45 because I'm pretty sure 46 is guaranteed no matter what. But yeah, we're gonna kind of step our way up with all the glyphs. So we got 1 at 41. We'll get the others to 41 and then we'll go to 46 on the other ones. Hopefully I have enough gem fragments, but I haven't really been... Actually, that's a lie. I have been spending a lot of gem fragments. I have... several supreme gems or whatever they're called, whatever the big one is. Well, yeah, we kept fiddling around with the build a little bit yesterday. We ended up settling on using all 3 of the companions rather than trying to find like a different not companion skill to use for clear. And it's worked out relatively well. We're back on having 4 wolves instead of 3. So that's nice. I suspect we're still having a relatively easy time with the pit, even at tier 50. So I suspect that if we get our glyphs up to 46, I'm sorry, when we get our glyphs up to 46, we'll probably have a pretty reasonably good time trying to push into Torment 4. So that's going to be the goal today, see if we can figure it out. If we can get to that point. But today is also going to be our last day of Diablo 4 for a little while. Next week we're going to be on Path of Exile 2 to give a look to the loot update that came out a couple weeks ago, and hopefully, depending on when they release it, we'll be there to try out the upcoming like quality of life. Also a loot update, and also like I don't know, just overall, like the next update looks like it's gonna have some nice changes in it. It's not an economy reset or anything like that. It's just a mid-season update with some pretty significant changes in it, which they're free to do since it's a beta or early access, whatever you want to call it. But we'll do Path of Exile 2 probably for 2 weeks. I think it's gonna be 2 weeks, and then the week after that, it'll be either 2 or 3 weeks. And then Path of Exile 1's newest league will finally... first league in like almost a year will be coming up. So I'm very excited about that. I'm glad to see they're working on both games simultaneously. I think that's a big thing that's easy to miss. A lot of people have been kind of dooming that Path of Exile 1's dead and they're throwing all their resources in Path of Exile 2. And it's just going to stay that way forever. But judging by the updates that are coming to Path of Exile 2 presently, and the fact that we're like 1 week away from, or like a week and a half away from an announcement stream for what may actually be a pretty decently sized Path of Exile 1 league, like, shows they are getting to the point where they're splitting up their resources across the game. So I think that'll be interesting to see the outcome of, and how well that goes. So I'm excited. Should be interesting times. So look, I think I said it the other day, but the league is going to be called Secrets of the Atlas. So it's something to do with the endgame story. Whether it's like an actual full update to the endgame story, like like a Maven-sized or a Cyrus-sized update to the endgame, or just like an extra mechanic on top of the Atlas, kind of like Sanctum or something. Remains to be seen, but that'll be seen on June 5th when they do the announcement stream. So it's probably looking like June 12th or so will be the actual league start. Honestly, I've kind of been zoning out while I was talking about this stuff and didn't really realize that we're almost done this bit. And honestly, it's been in pretty good time as well, considering we're on tier 50, which we only like experimentally tried right at the end of yesterday's stream. And it went pretty well. Naturally, the boss died instantly, as they always do. It's just a matter of trying to clear these little plebs fast enough to make it work, to make it not feel bad. Which I think that was kind of the problem. A lot of the small enemies in this tier take like 2 or 3 hits from each of my, or from a wolf to kill. It's kind of like the best our clear is going to feel is if each wolf one-shots each enemy that it punches, with the exception of like elites or even the increased health monsters. The more hits it takes to kill like the average zombie or whatever, the less good I will feel. But thankfully we do have Poison Creeper and we do have Ravens to kind of help with that. They don't do nearly as much damage as the wolves, but we're also not nearly as invested in them, so it makes sense. Whee! Not quite instant, but like, you know, close enough. Not gonna lie, I'm a huge fan of the extra glyph level from the ashes, the smoldering ashes. Honestly, I don't really care about smoldering ashes. I just like having 5 per run. Oh yeah, I was supposed to Gamba before starting, but I forgot. And it's too late now. That wolf just punched that vampire for 176 million damage. Feels heckin' good, man. Honestly, I had no idea the companions had this kind of damage potential. It's just the clear is so bad. I don't see an obvious way to solve that problem. really hate that using a companion skill changes your form back to human. I want to be a werewolf at all times, dude. But also I want to push my buttons. Almost 1 billion damage. Huge. On the old critical overpower, which I didn't think the wolves could overpower. I almost never see that shit. Oh yeah, I forgot I put this overcharge thing on, the lucky hit chance to like charge enemies when you hit them, and then when you hit them after they're overcharged, they zap nearby enemies. It's like kind of like Cleave. I was just hearing the zapping in the last couple packs and realized that that's probably what that was. So maybe it is a little more effective than I realized. Maybe that's part of why we started feeling good after we changed into the companion stuff, because we put that on at the same time, I think. Go on, go get him. There's one wolf hanging out back here trying to get out of killing stuff. I have a dream that one day they'll fix the companion AI, but it's been a 1.5 years or whatever already, so maybe actually kind of coming up on 2 years, aren't we? I'm pretty sure it launched on June 6th, whatever year it came out. I'm certain it's over a year old at this point. Yo, double greater ethics, life and resistance. Tragedy. We were moving over to ferocity. Ayo, that's actually a max roll version of an aspect that I use. The bonus wolves. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of tempted to go right to 55 right now and see how it goes, but we'll just cool our jets and wait till we get 46 on everything. That's gonna be like a 25% multiplicative damage multiplier across the board. Multiplicative damage increase, I suppose, would be the word. That should make the difference. In where we're at right now and where we probably should be before going to Torment 4. And that's not even considering the whatever little bits of additive damage we get for leveling up the glyphs, like their normal. For every 5 dexterity you take, that shit. Seems good to me, boss. One more and then we'll be actually moving on to the upgrades, but we will be dealing with the 90% chance. Unless, maybe we just do tier 55 after this one. Maybe we just try. What's worse that could happen, right? I die and like lose my character? It's not like I'm playing hardcore or something. What if we just do it? What if we just be brave? I think that sounds like a good plan. And if I'm not feeling brave enough, we can just do it scared anyways. They're trying to snipe me. Not a fan of that. Not gonna lie, I do miss having Eurovar's explosions on Petrify. That at least had some AoE on it. Did like a decent amount of damage, at least early on. But like, Harbinger of Hatred's kinda doing some stuff. It's like 1,000,000 damage a hit every once in a while when my pets hit vulnerable enemies, I think it is. It's got some stuff on it, but... And it's hitting way more often than Eurovar's was. But I don't remember how their damage compares. 209,000 versus 334, so like 50% more damage from Eurovar's. Plus it can kind of overlap if you hit them in the right spots, but like a 25-second cooldown, or even like that gets reduced a lot, so maybe more like a 10-second cooldown versus just popping off all the time. It's probably better, mathematically speaking, to keep using the Harbinger of Hatred thing. It's just not as dramatic. That wasn't so bad now, was it? Yeah, alright. Let's go Gamba, and then we'll dip our toes into Torment 4 and see how it goes. Although, I'm going to lose 250 armor and a bunch of resistances, and I think that's actually going to undercap me on a bunch of stuff. I will be 29 undercap. On armor, at least. We can probably fix that with a little more masterworking, like just a itty bitty bit more. Turns out I already had the max roll on that aspect, so it didn't matter at all. Dark Howl, debilitating roars, now werewolf skill, mobilize poisoned enemies. That's so many conditions. Weird. Weird champion. How about a hat? Give me Wolves Greater Affix, please. And thank you. Hello, triple Greater Affix. Honestly, usable. They're pretty generic, but they're nice. Yeah, well, we may as well, right? Until we get something with wolves on it. If I don't have wolves, those are the 3 I want. Earthguard, we got upgraded. Max roll, shared misery, but I don't think I've ever used that in my life, and I don't think I ever will. What do we have on here? Total armor, wolves attack speed. These do still count as wolves, right? Yeah, they have to. They have to. Wolf's attack speed. That's not the one. That's not the one. Still not the one. You're killing me here, dude. Armor. At least that one cooperated. Motherfucker. That means we have to do another pit. It's just that, what was it, 1 and 4? Man, remember when they had like 5 options in some of these recipes? That was terrible. They still do with like the resistance one, but who uses that? Well, looks like we're doing an Infernal Horde real quick. We're just gonna do a short one. Why is this sitting here doing nothing? Interesting. Alright. Let's put this here for now. Hopefully I don't forget where I put it. And go do one of these. Oh, I mean one of these. Ah, shit. I did this on Torment 2 last time, and it was like... I think we got like 280. It was like not exactly a stellar performance. Our clear being what it is. We could probably do just fine on a Torment 3 Infernal Horde with like 8 or 10 waves, but the 6-wave one, we really just want to make sure we get enough things. Alright, have fun. Have fun storming the castle. Wait a minute. Masses, not hordes. We would rather have exalted hordes than exalted masses. And exalted elites over the other one. Hellborn. Hell yeah, brother. We're halfway to the box. Ether Lords now spawn. Fuck it. I'm not a huge fan of Ether Lords. I'd say I'm a huge hater of Ether Lords, if anything, but like, we can kill them quick enough with the wolves. It's probably fine. The reason I don't like them is because there was a time where I did a build with not a whole lot of damage, and it kind of seemed like the longer the Ether, or like while the Ether Lord was on the field, it wouldn't block the spawning of a lot of monsters. Like monsters, like a shitload of monsters wouldn't spawn while the Ether Lord was on the field. And it took me, since it was taking me forever to kill it, it just kind of put a damper on the entire run. But that's not exactly something we have a problem with here, I don't think. Where is it? Random ass ghost looking ass. Exalted Elite, Exalted Hordes. Yeah, we'll do that. Why not? Would you look at that? We made it to 200. Precisely 300 seems reasonable to me. Decent, decent. Ooh. There's my scroll. What is that? Maximum resource? Probably not the worst thing ever. Spirit on kill might actually be the worst thing ever. Yeah, I don't care about none of that. Jams. Alright, we go home. And we go back to the pit. Assuming I can actually get the tempering correct here. If it fails and this helmet rips entirely, I'm gonna be very sad. Forgot I put it here. Alright, make sure you use the Scroll of Restoration before opening the blacksmith, because for some reason we can't use it with that open. It's the utility one. Cooperate, please. Thank you. Max roll too. Nice. Sheesh. Actually, the total armor is the only one that didn't roll max, and it's only off by 0.5%. So that's pretty tolerable. I mean, even the default aspect, or the aspect it dropped with rolled max, and the aspect we're gonna imprint it with rolled max. So that's nice. It's a very satisfying helmet for sure. So my armor problem, I actually lose 6, but that's 0 masterworking versus 8. So, you know, I think we'll be okay. Because also I'm going to delete this and then use the Obduscy on it immediately. Whoa, not that one. This one. Wolf's attack speed, that's fine. Wolf's attack speed, that's fine. would probably prefer willpower or something, but I'm not against more attack speed. Yeah, we gambit already. All of my stuff is 41 currently. And so we're gonna be brave and we're gonna attempt Torment 4. And before we even get the legendary glyphs. What's the worst that could happen, really? Exactly nothing. Everything will be fine. Or overcapped on armor? By a lot? Oh. And things do be dying. Not very fast, but should be fast enough to clear it still. Yeah, that overcharge thing's kind of nice, actually. Owie. It may not be doing a whole lot of damage, but at least it has AoE. Actually, it's just doing probably 50 to 100k per proc, and if it's just a little bit extra damage spread out, then that's kind of nice. It's not nothing, that's for sure. I mean, halfway there in 3 minutes or less than 3 minutes. Well, about 3 minutes. Still seems pretty alright to me, boss. Owie, I didn't see that. That was the thing I forgot to look at. 50%? Well, my armor is this high in Torment 4. I should really change that armor thing out. For a, probably a topaz or whatever the lightning gem is. But also, I really need to get them to target the damn thing back there. There we go. There's just too much shit in front of it. Trying to kill me. Unfortunately, it succeeded once. Which actually cost us a glyph upgrade attempt, tragically. We did also lose 30 seconds on the timer, but I'm not exactly worried about that right now. We're quite far ahead. We did it in about 6 minutes. Boss is not dying immediately, unfortunately, but about 3. The boss got about 3 attacks in. I'd say our damage is still pretty good. Yeah, we got 100% up to all the way. Takes 15k sapphires. Should be alright. I gotta actually like swap the game difficulty to Torment 4 and see if my armor is actually that far over cap. It might have just been showing me the Torment 2 value, but no, it really do be like that. So in that case, if I take that off, it goes down to 1354. Yeah, we're totally fine to take that off. Wait a minute, that's why. That's why. We got double things. Hold up, I knew that shit sounded funny. Defense, incense, life. Yep. We just need stuff that's not armor. Fire, cold, shadow should be okay. Either way. Armor is actually 1104. And goes down to 819 without that gem. There's not that much masterworking left. 200 sounds like a lot. We are under cap on those. We're 30 over on this. 19 over on this. What is the third res we have? Fire, cold, shadow. So cold is still under cap even with that. But fire is over cap. Shadow is over cap. Even without that. Poison still under cap even with the large green gem on it. But our lightning is kind of abysmal even. Maybe we just eat the minus armor penalty to put lightning res on. Those lightning affixes are quite unpleasant. on the elites. Topaz. Should have enough to upgrade whatever glyphs we need. That'll leave us with 67k, which is enough to upgrade 4 glyphs. So even if all of the ones that are not the first one we touched need topaz, then that is still fine by me. If we need sapphires, on the other hand, on all of them, we'll kind of be in trouble. We're just gonna hope that that's not the case. Maybe I will use an armor potion. Or incense. That armor potion doesn't actually do all that much now that I look at it. Song of the Mountain. That should cover us. We go again. Oh yeah, there's some all-res I was missing on the tree. I just remembered. Oh yeah, that's where we were going to right now. Nice. And immediately we're met with like 3 different lightning aspects, or affixes, so, or I guess monsters. Kinda glad we made that decision. Step where I am stuck. Here's another one. overhead slam was a little scary. Glad he got frozen. Still not dead. There we go. Now we can just take our time and let them do their thing. I think that was slightly faster than the last one. Like 30 seconds or so, or exactly the same amount of time, just without the death penalty. That would also make sense, wouldn't it? Yo, double greater affix. What's that? Well, it's a body armor, so I'm definitely not going to use it, but it is turbo shit. Nice. Damage resistance and willpower. No thanks. We're not going to worry about that legendary one. We're going to worry about these ones first. Look at that. 12% increased lightning damage to both healthy and injured enemies. Oh no, sorry, that's just 5% more lightning damage. I know how to read. Nature magic skill damage, lightning damage, non-physical damage, crit damage by 8%. That's actually more than I thought. And also 8% crit damage. So that's more than I expected. It's 31%, not 25. So even better. Just 4 more runs. Should have been 3 more runs, but I messed up. Forgot to check my res before going in there, unfortunately. Whoa there, buddy. has survived. Getting frozen in front of a lightning machine gun sounds like a terrible time. Wouldn't you know it? It was. What in the off screen? Did not realize how much range those spiders have. I really need to figure out where the hell this freeze is coming from. Like, is it here? That's useless. I need to change that. We'll think about that after this pit run. That was something we had in place from when we were working with rabies and just like poison damage in general. I mean, we are still using Poison Creeper, but like, let's be honest, Poison Creeper is not being used for damage, it's for crowd control. Oh, that's a lot of explosions. Oh, no thank you. Honestly, after we do... after we get our 4th run, or if I die in... Oh yeah, after we do 4 more runs. 3 more runs. We can probably go do like a 50 instead of a 55 to get that last one leveled up to 46. I think so long as it's a high enough pit tier to level up the glyph at all, like it's a guaranteed thing. So if we go down a little bit just to have an easier time, it shouldn't cause problems as far as I know. A wiser individual would have gone with the ones that give me 8% damage first, but I did all 3 of the ones that have 5% damage first. No comment. 2 more runs, and then we ease it up a little bit to do the last one. But yeah, I think it's fairly safe to say we're already relatively comfy in Torment 4. It's not fast farming by any means, but we are kind of farming. Six-minute pit runs definitely could be a whole lot worse. There's another one somewhere. Ahowie! There he is. There he is. Don't like that room. Where's all the elites? There they are. Back when I did the Paragon 300 farm, I kind of started to feel like it's actually not worth the kill packs that don't have elites in them. So like spending time clearing through each of those rooms wouldn't have actually given us that much progress on the bar. At least that was how I felt 2 seasons ago. And 14, that's about on par with the other runs we've done so far. Okay, Sago! There's 8% more crit damage. 8% after that, and then we'll do a 50 to max out our 5th one that I messed up because I died with low resistances in our first Torment 4 run. Whoa. Spawn camping much? Every run I'm vindicated in choosing lightning resistance over armor. There's far too much lightning stuff going on with these snakes, and they've been in almost every run we've done. At least that I can think of today. Got the damage reduction, dude, and I'm slowly shit. Don't like that. That's better. 806 million, nice. Not quite a billion yet, but we're getting there, we're getting there. Alright. We do still have enough gems to upgrade that. I didn't look at what that last one cost, but whatever it was, we could afford it. That's what matters. So, oh hey, that's getting full. Let's clear this out. Wolf's Rain, no, we don't use that. Lightning Dancer, no. It is a max roll though. Shockwave, balanced. That's it. Flash Render and Flicker Step. Okay, one more run. Then we'll actually be at all legendary stuff. We're gonna do tier 50 just because it'll be a wee bit easier than a whole Torment 4 run. And it should still let us level our glyph up without any issue. Let's go! And we seem to be back to one-shotting normal pleb monsters. Which this was the tier 50 was the tier that started giving us a little bit of difficulty with that. But now that we've gotten all the upgrades we have, things are back to dying quite. Oh no, he still took 2 swings there. We're not quite there, but it does feel faster than it was before. Locked into that one, didn't I? The real question is this actually faster than tier 50? Or is it going to come out to the exact same time? Maybe like a 30-second difference or something? A little bit faster, but actually not by that much. Yeah, alright. There's that. Now they're all full. Rare nodes, magic nodes. Actually, we should level up these ones because they give me more per level. No, the failure. Oh well. 2 points away from getting small res, finally. That'll be 7.5%. And if we get high enough stats, then we can get another 3% after that. But 7.5 should make a bit of a difference. It's just gonna take quite a few levels. Yeah, we're back. Well, we're not on Torment 4 here. $57% on cold. That is 17.5% under cap. So that'll cover almost half of what we're missing. Oh no, 70% is the max, so we're, like it says, 12.4. So it'll be over half of what we need. It will cap us on poison. So yeah, that's neat. I guess since we're relatively cozy in Torment 4 now, and that has only improved as we've leveled up our glyphs, we may as well try some Num Num dungeons and see what we get. Let's see how much of Dust Sea we can build up. Sap. Not wolves is what it's not. Alright, before we move on to a different activity, I am going to get up and stretch my legs because it's been like an hour and a half. So, I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you are and you've not already, make sure you smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch, the like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. I will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes, and we will, like I said, go do some Nightmare Dungeons. Yeet. All right, friends, we're back. Sorry about that. Had a cookie, walked around a little bit. We're good, we're good. Okay, so we left off. I had just gotten we just gotten done leveling all of our glyphs up to legendary. So now we get all those sweet, sweet multiplicative damage bonuses. They pretty much are always active all of the time, for the most part. The one exception being that one. No, that one is active all the time. It's the additional bonus that's not active all the time. The 5% lightning damage will always help. So, yeah, we got like 31% at least, and then we leveled this one up a little more, so we got 31.3%. Huge, I know. So, next up is Nightmare Dungeons, so I can get more Obdicite, that's the word. And we want that. Oh no, we're finally in Torment 4, so that's the reason we're kind of okay with doing it for right now. Or why the reason why we're okay with farming it now is because we're in Torment 4, and it's so much faster in this difficulty than it is in any other difficulty, that running these things in any other difficulty feels like trash. Didn't like that. I think these are okay for the most part. Monster barriers, the other no-go. Stormbane's Wrath is also pretty annoying, but like, it's not the worst ever. Let's go! We need to use the armor potion. I also needed to see what my fire res is. 8.1%. What about poison? Poison's still uncapped. And lightning is only barely capped. I was trying to see if we could maybe, potentially, possibly change these out from the specific resistances they're covering to diamonds, so they all cover stuff. They all cover everything, but I don't think that's gonna happen, unfortunately. Even with the 7.5% all res we're working on getting on the Paragon tree, Paragon board, whatever, it's not gonna be enough. Honestly, now that I think about it, another thing we're going to have to do is probably farm bosses. Because I have no gold. Masterworking eats up a lot of gold. Because it's 5 million gold per reset, unfortunately. And I spent 100 million yesterday on an irresponsible decision that didn't give me anything I wanted at all. Well, it gave me a Resplendent Spark, but the unfortunate part is it cost me 4 of them. And 100 million gold. So we got to farm up bosses so we can get a bunch of uniques, and then we can vendor the uniques, and then those will give us millions of gold. I could also trade legendary runes because those are like stupid amounts of money each, but like I also just don't believe in trading on Diablo 4. This is not a trading kind of game for the most part. Passing items around is one thing, but trading for economic gain just is not exciting compared to like making a huge ass trade in PoE. Got like 450 Omniscite from that room, which is kind of like an entire dungeon's worth of Omniscite in Torment 3, so that seems good to me, boss. What's this? Turbo shit. This is a big ass place, dang. Mr. Boss Man. And he came back? What? Oh, right. It's one of those things. I saw the Omniscite icon. I did not get to read the number. I really should. Really should have looked to see how much we had before we started that one. 1773 is what we have after the fact, though. Monster barrier is not a thing I need to deal with in my life. So we need to make sure I don't run a dungeon with that on. Thing is, we're at 1773 Omniscite. I think I was at like 600 before, because I could do one level of like 9 through 12 with what I had on me after changing helmets. I think it was like 600. So I want to say we got about 1100 there, but we're at 1700 plus a little bit at the start of this one, so we'll have a more accurate number. Present. Where is the second one? There he is. There's some chunky packs in this place. What the hell? Owie. And they're all... They all have lightning shit. Why? Can't wait till I'm done picking up those dumbass things. I think we need like 150-ish more. Not like hugely interested in the Berserk cosmetics, however. They're there, so it'd be nice to grab them. Why has the key gotta be greasy? That's gross. I feel like I need to like prioritize targeting anything that has electrified obelisks. That modifier sucks. A huge thank you. We actually did kind of get one of those today. Look at this shit. Hang on. 2 seconds. We got greater affix willpower, greater affix life, greater affix armor, max roll wolves attack speed tempered on, and then like an almost max roll total armor, along with a max roll aspect. It's like some perfect shit. Or close enough to perfect to like, you know, to be good enough. That's some shit you don't see every day. Right? I agree. But I'm also not about to try and reroll the tempering on that to fix that one modifier that's not absolutely perfect. Because I already had some difficulty with that system on that helmet. We're down to 6 attempts and I already used the reset. So that's not ideal. But how are you doing today, sir? What's going on? Those out of here. How much dust seed do we have? It is 3,036. So that is 1,300 from one dungeon. Hopping on PC to update Fortnite for a game night. Hell yeah. Good thinking ahead. Yikes. Well, that's a lot of gigabytes. For an update, especially. Was it like a new season or something? Or that's just the normal weekly update or whatever? What's this? Blood-soaked crag with nothing terrible on it. Should be fine. Say these, I knew Torment 4 Nightmare Dungeons gave a lot of Obdicite compared to other things, but like 1300 is more than I remember. I thought it was like 700 or 800 we were supposed to expect. Which, honestly, giving more is totally fine by me. Farming that shit out is one of the more annoying things to do. Too much lightning, I don't like it. But granted, we were told to expect that going into this, so it's fine, I guess. At least there's a reason for there to be a billion lightning projectiles on the floor. More prisoners. Or that was like instant 30,000 lightning beams, what the hell? I don't like it. Ew, this one. Traversals. Gross. That man was immobilized and walking just fine. Why even bother? How many of these are we up to? 157. I like getting the expensive ones out of the way first. $150 more, and then we can stop thinking about it. I seem to be lacking some anime. This is a problem. Just kidding, it was all right here. All along. Never seen that item art in my life. Did we really get 1300 again out of this? We actually got 1200 or like 1100. So yes, I really didn't think we got all that much there. But hey, I'll take it. I just didn't see the Dusty drops happening. The pet was picking them up too quick, which is honestly far better than having it pick them up too slow. Murmuring Spiral, it's probably fine. I think there was only one in the Hantu dungeon I didn't like. It was because of the boss. It has like a phase or something. But I don't remember what it was. And so I won't worry about it too much. There you go. Sometimes these werewolves don't want to do their job. What the heck am I paying them for? I don't think event monsters really drop all that much of Dusty. Also, what the hell is this fucking layout? Just a line. With no elites in it. There's one. 3 area codes over. Oh, they were all right here. It all makes sense now. Don't want to bother with the events. I gonna try a new class out in PoE2? Not right away. I'm gonna start with my old character. The lightning arrow Amazon? At some point I may try swapping it to Ritualist, since we can swap ascendancies now. Like that's a thing that's in the game at this point. And I did want to try Ritualist, I just need like rings for it. Need like real baller ass rings, dude. But mostly I'm gonna be on PoE2 just to check out the loot update from a while ago, and then the new update I was talking about on stream yesterday. That'll be coming sometime in the next like week or two. So we're gonna get back into it next week, and then hopefully see the update. And then another week or two after that, we'll keep playing PoE2, and then another week or two after that will be PoE1's new week. What new update? They announced that they're making some pretty major changes. I'll pull it up. PoE. Path of Exile 2 announcements. This is Path of Exile 1 announcements. There we go. Okay, so they are making chase uniques more common, because there are some that are some very cool items, quote unquote, but you won't ever find them because they are incredibly rare. Which when even GGG is gonna say that something is incredibly rare and like bold it like that, it is like dummy rare. So they're making those kinds of things more common, and then they're adding more chase items. Making chase items more common, adding more chase items to find. So there will be buffs to rare unique items, more unique items getting added, more socketables of different kinds. Ritual rewards are too rare, so they're making the better omens more common. Essences, more likely to get corrupted essences from Vile Orbs by 6 times. So like they're 6 times more common than they were before, or they will be. Rogue Exiles didn't have enough unique items, so they're getting them more often, to the tune of about 3 times more than they had currently. Breach stones specifically are getting more monsters in them, along with a guaranteed couple breach rings, a couple rare breach rings even. Logbooks are having their like the zones improved a little bit, like more monsters and like more strong boxes or gold or whatever special things you can find in the zone. They're just, each of the different zones are getting improved. For instance, after our changes to the crates, specifically about the Barren Atoll area, after our changes, the crates are going to drop a significant amount more gold, and we're going to generate a lot more strong boxes, and by a lot, I mean over 10 times as many more strong boxes as there was previously, of which there could also be unique strong boxes. So you could get the Gamba strong box like 10 times over, which I don't think that's going to happen, but it would be very funny. This is probably one of the biggest changes for me, like, it's going to be huge. A second main focus is that we're going to increase the variety of running endgame maps. Right now, did you know that if you were to generate 400,000 maps, that 150,000 of them would be Hidden Grotto? When I heard that information, I was shell-shocked, dude. I was baffled. Because I hate that fucking zone. It's a terrible place. There's not a good thing about that place. And it's 3/8 of the maps that get generated. And they agree that it's not a good thing. So, the intention here is to normalize the frequency that different maps and thus boss fights appear on the Atlas, making things feel far less repetitive. Improvements to Citadel spawning. When you find one, it's going to generate the other two somewhere not that far away from the first one you found. So you're not going to get... You should find them in threes. Or like if you find one, you search around a little bit more and they shouldn't be too far away. What else? Another crazy piece of information they gave us is, additionally, you can expect some other endgame improvements, such as reducing the danger of 2 of the ritual types that were just a ruckus of purple chaos explosions, and reducing the danger and increasing the telegraphing of the volatile plants monster modifier. So the purple explosions on ritual and volatile plants are getting nerfed, because combined these were responsible for over half of all player deaths in the endgame. Another shocking piece of information that I can't believe was just the way things were. But it's totally understandable. Those things suck. And that purple explosion ritual is half the reason I ignore rituals most of the time I'm farming. I just don't want to deal with it. Nerfing dangerous map modifiers like Elipen, Trilosecmas, those 2 boons that are totally useless and like always the first things you get when you find anything random. Turns out they were over 100 times more common than they should have been. Like their weight was over 100 times. Oh no, it was just 100 times more common than they should be. So their weighting was 100 times higher than it should have been. So that's getting cut down, along with 1 pact and 1 affliction and 1 major boon that had the same problem. Which I remember seeing the same major boon all the time. I just don't remember what it did. But the minor boons were like the restore honor when you venerate a Mariketh shrine or a whatever shrine. And then the other one was restore honor when you enter a boss room. So those will no longer be the first thing you find every time you get like get a random boon room. Or like the first 2 things you find every time you open a shop until you get them yourself. So anyways, on top of that, quality of life stuff. Searching on passive tree is getting improved. Another really major one that doesn't sound that major, but it's huge, is inverting the tier of items. So that way, tier 1 is always going to be the most powerful modifier, or the most powerful tier of the modifier. You don't have to be like, oh, I found a tier 9 life modifier. Is that the actual max? Or does it go higher? You'll always know if you find tier 1, it's the max. And if you find a tier 12 life modifier and it has like 1 to 3 life on it, then you just don't even care if that's the lowest or not. Because it's useless anyways. But yeah, they're making it work so it's the same way as Path of Exile 1. That's the way Path of Exile 1 is. So it's kind of weird that they did it the backwards way in the first place, but I can't fault them for trying it. But yeah, it was definitely a little confusing. Some changes to the map UI so you can see which modifiers are from where, like towers or other things, and performance improvements. So they said, hoping to deploy at the end of next week, but we're keeping it flexible as it might be the week afterwards. So it's a little unsure, and this was posted... Well, the first reply was, oh no, May 21st, so that was 3 days ago. Sometime next week or the week after. Which is why we're going to be playing PoE 2 next week. And if the update drops that week, great. If not, that's fine too. I will play it the week afterwards as well, because... get the hell out of here. Because next week we stream the 29th, the 30th, the 31st. And then Path of Exile 1 is doing their announcement stream. Whoops. The announcement stream for their next league. The first league in almost a year. On June 5th. And then the release date for that league should be June 12th. Like, historically speaking, that's the way it goes. So we'll play Path of Exile 2 this week as well. So 2 weeks of PoE 2 and then on to PoE 1. Probably for like at least a month. And if there's a new D4 season in there somewhere, I will probably skip it. But I think that's not till July. So we'll see how I'm feeling when that rolls around. That's a lot of enemies. Damn. 69% more damage for Shred. Nice. All those changes sound nice, right? All of them sound nice. That's the thing. It's great. And something I mentioned earlier when I was talking about it towards the start of the stream was it's very good to see an update like that coming out in Path of Exile 2 at the same time that we're gearing up for a Path of Exile 1 update. It kind of implies to me that they've gone back to, or they've transitioned to splitting their resources between the two games, which is not something they were doing from like December to March at the very least. I think up to what was it, Dawn of the Hunt, from PoE 2 release, and sometime before then as well. From like the lead up to PoE 2 release all the way to Dawn of the Hunt, the entirety of GGG was focused on PoE 2, and they admitted that was not a great idea. But now it seems they have teams for both games, so that's very good. That is very good to see. I'm probably gonna keep that amulet even though I don't use Envenom. But yeah, there's been a lot of PoE 1 enjoyers who have been like, PoE 1's dead and GGG killed it because they like PoE 2 more. And they're gonna give up on PoE 1, and PoE 2 is shit anyways, and I just want to keep playing PoE 1. And like, that's great. PoE 1 has its strengths and weaknesses, and PoE 2 has its strengths and weaknesses, and I like both games, but I don't know. I was never exactly worried about PoE 1 dying. I think it would be quite silly to let that game die. And because I was thinking so much about PoE 2, or PoE 1, actually no, PoE 2. Because I was thinking so much about it, I was trying to WASD move. That is not how we play this video game. Yeah, honestly, I'm hoping that update drops a little early next week. Like, hey, whoa, hello there. Hopefully they get the work done on it faster than they anticipated, and they drop it early so I can play it all weekend. But who knows? We'll just have to see. Every time I think about it, though, 3/8 of the maps were Hidden Grotto, like 37.5%. Over a third of the time in maps in Hidden Grotto. Of all places, like it couldn't have been Slick. Come on now. Hidden Grotto is dark. It's depressing to look at. It's a bunch of skinny ass pathways that are like stacked next to each other, so it's a pain in the ass to clear. There's walls everywhere. The boss is turbo shit. Like, bruh, I can't believe that was how that ended up. But I think another thing that's really interesting about that post specifically is the way they're communicating the reasoning for their changes and giving us all that data. Kind of sounds a lot like the work of the person they mentioned a while ago, shortly after PoE 2's launch. When they released like an infographic of the most popular classes, or like the portions of the player base is was it the proportions of characters of each class, like which classes were most popular based on how many people were using them. They did like a nice infographic, and they said this is because we hired a community member who's a data analyst, and this is some cool information they found, and also we're giving them more tools to find more information and make it all easier to work with. And it kind of that was like a couple months ago, and it kind of seems like they gave them the tools they needed to work with, and suddenly it's like making a huge difference on the game. And I think that's really interesting to see. It's very, very nice to see. Of course, it's all speculation on my part, but just judging from what I've seen, it sounds reasonable. Wait, is there a path? No, that's a dead end. I don't want to do that. Turns out healing wells don't heal your companions. That's kind of rude. Get them, boys. We got them. What's that? Hunter Zenith. Every 30 seconds you spend in an animal form, your next core skill is guaranteed to overpower and crit and deals more damage. Casting a shape-shifting skill reduces this timer by 1 second or 2 seconds if it changes you to a new animal form. It's pretty handy. Not that I would like to play like that, but it's a pretty powerful ring. How much of Dusty are we up to? 6,000? Let's go up to 10,000, should we? Shall we? There should be 3 more dungeons or so. Maybe 4. I wonder if there is a new build I should try in PvP2. I feel like if I do try a new build, I'll probably want a little more money than what I have right now, from what I remember. Although I do have some stuff that's exceptionally valuable that never sold. So I have money potential. I just don't have money in that group. They'll get them eventually, I'm sure, right? Just roll a Druid, really struggling with the leveling. Do you have a character that is capable of doing Torment 4? Not necessarily bosses in Torment 4, just like if you can farm Whisper Caches in Torment 4, you can farm up 27 of them and open them up on a new character of whatever class, and just opening them will take your character from 1 to 60. That's what I did to level up this character, and so I kind of skipped that headache. But the prerequisite is being able to do Torment 4 with something else, which isn't exactly the easiest thing. Do not, your highest level is a Barb at 38. Got just recently started. Gotcha. Unfortunately, I don't really have a lot of guidance to give in that front. Like I said, because I did skip it. I'm trying to think of what kinds of builds I've been hearing people play for Druid. I know Tornado Druid has been like pretty popular, but you still need a specific legendary aspect. I'll find which one it is. Tornado. I'm sure my wolves are fine. Tornado will seek up to whatever, however many targets. Like if you can get that, Tornado turns into a pretty good skill, but I don't know how good it is that early on. I will say companions have worked out for me pretty effectively. Like even when I just got the character to 60, but I did have legendary items and like a lot of Paragon levels already. Yeah, sorry I couldn't be more helpful. And good luck with your Druid. Well, when you do get it leveled up and get some legendaries on it, it's pretty fun. We're looking for some anime, but there's no one here with it. I've gone the wrong... Hello? Got stuck on something. Got 1.2 billion gold for 99 Belial mats. Kinda wild. Oh, it's this dungeon. I always miss at least one of the anime carriers, like the little side path to it. Because I think it's the correct way, and then it ends up being the anime way. Oh, Chiva, if you're still here, one thing you can do to make your life a little easier starting out is, and this will be effective for any class, but run around the map and look for all of these altars of Lilith that are all over the place, because they give you permanent stat bonuses, and they stick to your account through all resets, like all new seasons that come out. All fresh new characters, they'll all have the bonuses from that, and it turns into 80 points of each of the base stats. So having that is like a huge boost to any class at the very beginning. It may not make all of the problems go away, but it should make life slightly easier. That one should be fine. The hauntedest of refuges. I think we need this one and one more, and we should be at 10k up Dusty. That'll let us do a good chunk of masterworking without too much hassle. Oh yeah, I meant to try and figure out what was causing that freezing, and I completely forgot about it. I still have no idea what it is. I wonder if it's Storm Howl. I kind of thought Storm Howl was the little lightning burst when they teleport, but I'm not sure. One way to test that would be to take those off and have them hit things, but I also don't want to die, so I'm not going to be doing that right now. Too much poison, not a fan. Need to be better about swapping myself back to Werewolf once in a while to get all the move speed. Werewolf is my default form. The problem is all of my skills except swipe turn me into a human. So I need to re-werewolf myself manually sometimes. And the move speed bonus does persist like 3 seconds after I transform, I think, but the delay between shape-shifting but to your default form is a little longer than that. So sometimes I lose it. Kill everything. I can do that. Another horde. Nice. Question is, will this be the last objective, or is there going to be like a mini boss? Where is the mini boss? Nice. And he took 1 billion damage in 2 hits, but nice. 8,700 of the sea. I wish I could speak English or whatever Diablo 4 language is. Yeah, something I've been meaning to do is take off Endario's Flaming Skull. Enemies take 20% more damage from your damage over time effects. It's just not the most effective thing for us, I don't think. Don't care about the Lilith modifier. I think it's kind of turbo shit. That was loud. Fears nearby enemies for 0.75 seconds and deals a bunch of shadow damage to them. Kinda don't care. Main boss power now chills enemies it damages. Once per activation, damaging an enemy with your main boss power stuns enemies it hits for 5 seconds. I'm good. Main boss power heals you. Don't care. Tether. Oh, activating your main boss power inflicts nearby enemies with shadow corrupting damage over 2 seconds. Killing an enemy with your main boss power reduces your ultimate cooldown by 0.58 seconds. Nah. Can you quiet down? This damn totem's loud as shit. Once per activation, damaging an enemy with your main boss power also applies poisoning damage. Don't care. Avarice's explosive ore. I think actually, you know what? No, we could use that, but I kind of don't care. I don't really have a way to recover. I guess I do. We're using claw. That does give it back. But I don't know if I care about my main boss power enough to do that. Move speed increased by CDR. Whenever you gain fortified, gain 30% of the amount as barrier for 3 seconds, for 6 seconds even. Honestly, I should probably take that. Or vulnerable damage increased by 0.5% for each 1% of crowd control duration bonus you have. I mean, that's good. I just don't have crowd control duration. Crit chance up to a maximum of plus 50% crit chance. That's kind of insane, actually. Do I not have that on right now? That means I probably don't need all of this werewolf crit chance that I worked so hard to put on all my gear. It's kind of useless now, because I didn't read. Turns out my ravens are doing almost 1 million damage a hit. That's kind of crazy. Well, we have some thinking to do about my gear now. But unfortunately, I kind of have to wait till we find better stuff to really change most of it. But basically, I think wherever I took werewolf crit, I can probably take werewolf attack speed. wonder if there's better options in the offensive category. Let's have a look. Great damage, vulnerable damage, overpower damage. Yeah, it's pretty much wolf attack speed or like a rather large chunk of additive damage. Actually, that's not a rather large chunk. That's less than what's given up here. Although that's cold, poison, shadow, no lightning. Physical fire lightning, there it is. So why the hell would I take storm damage? Because storm damage is... I guess storm damage could be both lightning and physical. It's just damage from storm skills. But yeah, I'd probably use the lightning damage one. If not, werewolf attack speed. What do we do? 8700. Let's do 2 more. 1 more will put us like real close to 10,000. Although this is a Nahatu one, so if I open up the bonus treasure room, that one might actually give me enough to go over 2k, 10k even. Man, I can't believe I didn't read that boss power. And we were using 20% more damage over time for some reason. What the hell? What the hell? Yeah, suddenly everything is critting. That's crazy. Oh no, I do have the crit potion on, so we're like a little under 100. Or a little under 98 even. What is it? 6%. So we're at 92%. So like one crit chance, one wolf crit chance temper is probably good enough, which we can leave on my weapon. Although I don't know if that has higher magnitudes of modifier compared to smaller items. Or if the sole bonus of tempering a weapon is the weapon category. I'm fast as fuck, boy. What are you looking for? A little pickup thing? Sure thing. There it is. I didn't see how much of Dusty it was. I think it was 250. Ah, well. Ew, gross. Portals. And those doors are the worst doors in this entire game. They take like 20 years to open. Which, I feel like it kind of sounds like a nitpick to complain about the doors, but damn, these things take forever. It's like a major downer every time I see it. What the hell? Couldn't tell you what was killing me. Now we go. Slay the what now? Vesicator? Sorry, I barely know her. I want to touch as few of those doors as possible. Yeah, the Raven's active is doing 500,000 damage per tick, which isn't like the craziest amount in Torment 4, but it's pretty solid compared to the amount of investment I have in those specifically. That is to say, basically none. That wasn't so bad, now was it? What's that? Overpower damage, gross. 9,981 omnisite. I think I'm just gonna spend it. We don't actually need that last 19. It's fine, it's fine. The Hem Brawler and Crash Stone, I use neither of those. Hello? Okay. Question is, what do we do? I kind of want to prioritize the helmet because it has all that armor on it, and then if we manage to get 181, I think it was, then we won't have to worry about using armor incense to keep myself safe. Let's go, we hit the flat armor. That is pretty significant. Yeah, we gained like 200 there. We should be good now. Probably should have focused on these a little earlier. Let's fucking go. Really, we'd prefer Greater Affix plus triple crit on wolves. However, getting at least one crit on there is kind of nice for now. Also, turns out that was enough to masterwork 2 pieces of gear. And not even, actually, it was seven upgrades above level 8. Because I had one upgrade done on Storm's Companion already. So it turns out, Opticite, kind of in high demand right now. So it's a what, like 6,000 a piece? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Times 6 is 42,000? That's a lot of Opticite. But we got 2 more levels on Wolves, so that's a pretty significant damage boost right there in and of itself. Let's go again and see how it goes. Probably not enough to like dumpster the world, however. It should be a little noticeable. Actually, at some point, I kind of... Well, let's do this dungeon, and then we're going to go try a... Like a boss. Like a boss. Like a big boss. I want to see how the wolves do on a layer boss. In Torment 4, because the single target's pretty crazy. I don't think it'll be like an insta-kill kind of like pre-phase situation. However, we may be able to handle it. Like, it may still be a reasonable amount of time for it to die. Owie. To that end, I think we'll probably go Gregoire. Grigori. Trying to remember who drops the pants that I used. I think it was Urvar. I'm pretty sure Andariel drops the chest piece. Which is rather unfortunate because I do not want to farm that boss at all. I don't want to do that. They'll be fine, I'm sure. Yeah, we hit 1 billion. Let's go. 1.4 billion, actually. We just went from 900 million to halfway to 2 billion. I guess 3/4 of the way. Halfway from 1 billion to 2 billion. Another billion. It's kind of like, if they overpower, it's 1,000,000,000 damage. Kind of okay with that, believe it or not. I just wish they overpowered a little more often. Oh, I saw an overpower for 331 million. It's over. We're washed up. $1,000 gold. I'm sorry, 1,100 gold. Let's go. What's that? Attack speed, crushing earth when used below max resource. Basic skills generate 3 once per skill. When used at or above 50%, basic skills deal increased damage. Multiplicatively increased damage. Oh yeah, we were gonna do bosses next. That was the thing. We're gonna try out against tier 4, Torment 4 layer bosses. Specifically the easy ones, because I don't like suffering. So I don't want to do the bad ones. Grigua. I have 105, so that should be 8. Yeah. 8 Gregories, assuming we can kill him on this difficulty. Even if I can't kill him on this difficulty, I might just go to Torment 3. Because I do kind of want to try and see if we can get upgrades for the uniques we use. I just don't remember which bosses drop them, and none of the websites that say who drops what are correct this season for some reason. Oh, his health bar's not moving that fast at all. Ow. Okay. My pets can do it. Me, on the other hand, with less than 10,000 life, maybe not as much. But we are actually overcapped on lightning. Excuse me. The question is, do I do the bossing right now, or do I wait until I go run these Tributes of Titans and then go do a shitload of bossing later? Maybe we do that after I do the masterworking. So then back to the Nightmare Dungeons. That's the thing. That's the thing. It was worth a shot. Considering how long it takes us to kill, or like clear through normal stuff. I think his health bar was moving along relatively nicely, but well, we can definitely do better. And considering I got one shot by a normal attack, I should probably consider looking for ways to get tankier myself. Maybe that's the levels into Cyclone Armor. Maybe it's something else. I don't know yet. We may or may not bother figuring it out. Yo, are y'all gonna deal with this totem or no? They walked around it. This is why I will never, ever, ever, ever stop talking shit about the like minion AI in this game. It does some downright funky shit. I feel like pretty much any minion build loses at least like 30% of its possible damage just because the AI is shit. And if that's not frustrating as all hell, I don't know what is. And we're all stunned, like a bunch of idiots. That is the event room. That's a lot of gem fragments. Nice. Yo, there's still 3 blood boils left. 5 seems like kind of a lot, or at least I think I killed 2. Maybe I only got 1 so far. There's a defensive aura behind that door, but thankfully it doesn't go through walls. So it's entirely useless. Yeet. Last one. Up to 27.97 again. I actually can't believe how quickly we burned through that 10k on this site. I really thought it'd be like 3 or 4 pieces, but I was entirely wrong about that. We go again. Heh, he missed. No interrupting my teleport today. Maybe it's the spirit wolves freezing things. I don't think they did gold damage though. I thought they were supposed to be like regular wolves. What did I just throw a random ass rune on there? Get them wolves out of here. Will things stop freezing? Yeah. Yes, they will. So it seems. So even though they don't do a shitload of damage, seems like there's some pretty good utility to those. Now I have to remember which one I had in there before. It's this one. It just says a normal, well, it says a spirit wolf, not even a normal wolf. So I guess it is to be expected that it does something a little different, and also that it probably doesn't scale with any normal wolf modifiers. Yep. And it's definitely the blue wolves. Neat. Yo, the key. Nice. They left it right in front of the door for me. That was mighty nice of them. Phases in my Nightmare Dungeon boss rooms. Disgusting. Max Life and Thorns Greater affixes. The Womba build confirmed? Think not. 45. 55 more, we can get 100, the 100 one. Off to the next. Could have probably 4K? So like 5 more and we'll be at another 10K. Although we should probably go up to 11 or 12. 4,300. A little higher than I expected. They'll take care of that. I'm sure it's fine. More ravens. More ravens. I don't remember what's resetting the cooldown, but even if they only do 500,000 a tick, if I have 20 of them going at the same time, it's gonna add up. Again. Yes, more. a little annoying to spam that, and it gets kind of loud. Not gonna lie. There he is. As much as I complain about the clear on this build, this is way more peaceful than playing that rogue. The Rain of Arrows build is cool and all, but it is a high APM build for sure. I think this one probably has higher damage potential too. Like I could never really see that build killing a Torment 4 layer boss, but this one, maybe. And if not that, maybe we can get it as high as tier 75. Whether we could clear that in 5 minutes or less, I don't know. But maybe. If we could, that would let us get one of the remaining season objectives for the final section. Please? Oh no, I need the thing. I thought it was just the button. Damn, dude. Yeah, well, I'm still uncapped on armor. What the hell? Also, step I'm stuck. Please let me in the room. I thought for sure that would be enough. Do I have armor somewhere else? I do. So maybe gloves is the next one. 34 armor should be possible with 4 levels of masterworking. Hopefully without, hopefully it's enough without a crit on that. Kinda seems a little wasteful. $49.72. We're halfway there, almost. We're halfway to 10,000. Whether we stop at 10,000 or not, I don't know. The real, peak efficiency play is probably to go and masterwork the moment I have enough to masterwork a piece of gear fully from 8 to 12. That way we just get the benefit of a full items extra masterworking crit. I don't know, that seems kind of Boring. I'd rather just have a giant pile of it and yeet 5 items at the same time, you know? What's over here? Lightning res is still capped. That's good. That's good. What is my crit chance without the potion? 92.9. Seems reasonable, but I'll keep using the crit potion. Shrines don't be cursed. Challenge. Impossible difficulty. Owie. This place hurts, dude. Blood blisters? I wonder if that's part of the pain. Kinda running low on potions, and I don't remember the last time that actually happened. Gimme, gimme. Maybe I'm just running into the packs too much. Or maybe it's because I'm missing 34 armor. Because I didn't reuse the incense to cap me again. %. 85%. So missing 39 is 3% damage reduction removed. Meaning, if the cap gives us 85% damage reduction, and we lose 3% by being 40 below cap, then that means being 40 below cap gives you, was it a 20% damage increase? Like you're taking 20% more damage for being that close to the cap, but not over it. What the hell? Kind of wild. 5,600. My inventory is getting kind of full, but we should be able to do one more, I think, before it fills up. Trayer's Row, Volcanic, I think that's fine. Bro, I actually just saw my wolves walking away from the one enemy in front of us. And not even, there was like another enemy in the top left of the screen. They were walking up to the right. Kind of wild. Yeah, that definitely still hurt. Here's the second one, but I gotta turn the first one in first. It is up there. Man tried to yoink me into that explosion. Toxic as shit. Some life, probably Pretty useful considering I got one shot by Gregory. Yo, how's the doggo horde going in T4? Surprisingly well, actually. Clear is still dog water, as you might expect. But we're still killing bosses quick. And well, pay no attention to that. It's working out, it's working out. I did try, I just mentioned it, but I did try Gregory a little bit ago and he one-shot me. But in the time it took him to one-shot me, he did lose like 10 or 15% of his health. Which it was not a very long time that I was in that fight. So my damage is there, just not necessarily my survivability for that kind of thing on Torment 4. But as far as clearing goes, we're doing just fine in Nightmare Dungeons. I think I did some pits at tier 55 as well. And I only died in one of them because my poison res was quite low. Or no, my lightning res was quite low. But how's your druid going? As long as shit dies, that's what matters, right? And we're farming hella Obdutsy in Torment 4 now. Just so we can get our... Ooh, that's a max roll. Just so we can get our third tier of masterworking done on everything. His Swordbirdo is still pretty fun and definitely easier on the wrist than the basic deck builds. Glad to hear it. I was kind of worried that one was a little high APM, but I'm glad it's not causing problems. How much of Dusty do I have? Oh yeah, Sarni, if you wanted, I do have a Mad Wolf's Glee. Oh no, I have a Tempest Roar that has 2 GA. I think it's not the ideal ones, but I also have a non-ancestral wolf, Mad Wolf's Glee, if you want that as well. Since you were asking about them. Just realized that that little icon is like a little goblin demon thing with his hands crossed like this. I never really looked at it before. Hell yeah. Yeah, sure. It'll just be gathering dust in my stash, so no problems here. Let me look at it again. It didn't get the skill levels of whatever it is. Lightning res and willpower, so it's like, not the worst ever. Willpower is damage, but yeah, I don't know what Wild Impulses does. Or if maximum resource is a good stat for builds that use that. What did I get here? Digitigrade Gate, that's a waste. Not a good one. Ended up backing out on the Tornado Wolf build because it was doing damage but wasn't as fun as you imagined. Damn. My condolences. It's a tragic realization. What? No. Gloves don't get jewels, right? I'm not missing sockets, am I? That would be quite silly. Okay, no, we're good. Trying Staff of the Grove now, because basic attack builds haven't failed me yet. Hell yeah, you have to tell me if you make it work, because it did not look like it was doing anything when I tried. Granted, I am doing slightly... not exactly a basic attack build. So it's kind of understandable, but I thought it'd be a little more effective considering what it says. The butcher. Ow, rude. Leave me alone. My wolves are officially hitting in the billions of damage, occasionally. By billions, I mean like 1 point something billion, not 2 billion yet. Yeah, damn, he's kind of almost ruined my day, honestly. He always tries to give me shitty nightmare sigils too. Like I said, our damage is there. It's just not exactly in the greatest spot just yet. And I'm not what you would call tanky for the most part. Another part of the problem is these poison insects were spitting bugs over there. My poison res is like kind of not great. I don't know why I keep going to that tab to check my resistances. It's not the correct place to look. Hello? Please put the thing in the thing. Thank you. If we weren't running Storm Wolves, Butcher's Cleaver might actually be pretty funny in a physical companion. Or a physical wolf build. It's just so hard to give up Storm's Companion because that's 12 levels to wolves without a greater affix. So that means it's hard to give up the storm damage. The Butcher and Treasure Goblins, name a more iconic duo. Pro tip, you can't. I can't wait to be done picking up these red shits. That one. 71. Close, close. Oh, there was a billion. We did it. You know what? Fuck it, we're taking this. The wolves will take care of everything outside. Pay no attention to the red flashing. Oh, pay attention to the red flashing. Damn, that was scary. We survived, that's what matters. The wolves definitely did not have that under control. Deposit the enemy. $49 coins. Am I capped on those? Not anywhere close. I could have sworn I got rid of those. Sunken library. I feel like I hated this one. We'll check nevertheless. Oh no, this one was fine. Totally fine. Maybe not my favorite ever, but not the worst. Isn't Druid hard to level at first? Yes. The trick to that is to skip the leveling process. Because there's a... I don't know if you interacted with it at all while you were playing Swash, but the Grim Favors, if you get a character into the highest difficulty and gather and like clear 27 sets of Grim Favors, you get... well, each Grim Favor you clear gives you a box. And, or like a box of items and some goodies and stuff. Among the goodies is a bunch of XP. And so if you make a new character and open 27 of those boxes from the highest difficulty, it takes you from level 1 to 60 instantly. And so that's what I did, because I have a character that can do that. Guide idea. I have made a video about that. There's not necessarily a guide so much as like a kind of a tongue-in-cheek, jokey kind of video. It's like how to level from 1 to 60 in 60 seconds. It did all right, but some people didn't really get that I was joking. Because they were expecting like an actual, go here, farm this, do this, and you can make it to level 60 very, very quick. But no, it actually takes like 5 hours to farm out those boxes, I think. Something like that. So it's not actually 60 seconds. It just looks like 60 seconds when you open the boxes. I did. I was not incorrect. I showed in real time, there was no editing tricks whatsoever. I showed a character go from level 1 to 60 in 60 seconds. There was no lie. I just didn't talk about the prep work. Maybe I should make an actual proper guide for that kind of thing, though. That video does not get views anymore because it was mostly clickbait, so not really getting searched. Hell yeah. What can I say? I'm kind of a professional. Not to brag or anything. Shit, I'm down. Yeah. That could be fun. Definitely not right now, but it does sound like a fun time. Hello, I looked away for 2 seconds and suddenly everything's trying to kill me. This is bullshit. Is it cursed? It's cursed. Damn it. I don't want to deal with that. I really need to actually deal with the event monsters a little more often and see if they drop. I'm just saying. I really don't think they do. You're so hooked on Hades? Which one? The first one or the second one? Either way, they're both really good games. Two of your buddies are playing Hades 2 and you're playing 1. Dude, Hades 2 is so much harder than Hades 1, at least for me. I am getting my shit kicked in, like, all the time when I play that game. Hades 1, I'm like... I'm pretty sure I've started to exhaust the dialogue options on a lot of the characters. Which is saying a lot, because those developers wrote, like, novels for each character. But, yeah, Hades 2. I've done probably like 60 runs between a couple different files, and I think I've beaten the one of the end bosses once. Like, to this point, I still haven't even unlocked the, like, extra difficulty modifiers that are in the game. Still can't even do it, dude. But I will one day, that's for damn sure. Right before I got into Expedition 33, like last week or the week before, I was playing the shit out of Hades too, I'll be honest. Wolves just didn't want to kill that thing. It's fine. Slay the Herald of the Dead. I would if I could. Oh, there he is. He was hiding. Bro didn't even get a mini-map icon. What the hell? How much are we up to? 5,000 something. I didn't see the rest. Probably 1 or 2 more dungeons before we go spend it. 5,065. Fine by me. World boss spawning soon in Nahatu. And in Fractured Peaks. I should go see if that's Wandering Death. Either way, I'll get a box out of it. I wonder if I can teleport back here after leaving. If I lose one Nightmare Dungeon, I'm not gonna cry out that much. It's really been bothering me this whole time that I don't have Wandering Death's boss power. It's the one I have left to get. But I just don't think about world bosses. Part of the problem is the warnings always show up like 30 minutes before the boss spawns, and I'm not sitting around at the boss's spawn for 30 damn minutes. And then I forget about it, because I say, oh, I'll check that in 30 minutes, and I will not check that in 30 minutes, because I'm distracted. It's a Shava, damn you! That means this is probably a Shava over here, too. Oh well. We're here. We're at the party. We may as well dance. Here, have some armor. Whee! There's only one thing missing here. Also, there's only one thing I haven't leveled to 20 that I have. Maddox Watch has been abandoned and will close in 60 seconds. So I guess that's what happens if you leave for more than 2 minutes. Today I learned. Don't be afraid, just stand between the wings and you'll be a-okay. Someone actually using Varshan's power? I'm gonna pretend I'm doing stuff, but really my wolves are doing it all. I'm just running. Suppose I could summon the birds. Push the wolf button once in a while, maybe. See, don't be afraid. Even if she does all that shit, not gonna hurt. Problem is when she stands in poison puddles. Spy poison res is turbo shit. Wasn't Wandering Death, but a box is a box nonetheless. Yo, a bunch of boss mats too. Nice. And we got our Nightmare Sigil back. Stonks as fuck. And then we empty out and back to the dungeons for us. I think I'll probably do one more and then call it a night for today. Well, I'll farm up enough to put one more piece of gear at 12 out of 12. So let's do 2 more dungeons just to be sure we have enough. That'll probably be fine. The next actual proper stopping point for this character is when we get 12 out of 12 on everything, but that's also like in a rather large quantity of Omniscite required. I'm not sure I want to commit to farming that for like 5 more hours. Bro, another curse? Come on now. Alright, let's actually run this one and see if it... Bro, can you get in this fucking door? Thank you. Let's see if they drop any Omniscite. Yeah, for the amount of monsters we're seeing, even if they do drop Omniscite occasionally, it's not nearly enough to make it worthwhile. Then again, maybe you get Omniscite out of the box afterwards, but you know, I feel like it's kind of probably not worth the amount of time we take to do the event. Where there's a Garen key, there must be a Garen door. Oh, Azaro and your wisdom. Joke's on him, it was a chamber door. Let's do one more for good measure. Your reptilian instincts don't let you leave while cursed shrine box enemies are spawning. You must destroy them all. Honestly, that's a very thorough mindset to have. However, I simply do not have that kind of patience. My reptilian instincts are laser focused on the Obdicite. I don't mind when resplendent chests have the guardian dude, because I think he does drop Obdicite, and even if he doesn't, it's just one dude. Like, you kill him, you open the box, and then you get some. Like, sitting through the minute-long event, or however long it is not my jam, fam. This place is bigger than I thought. Oh, it wasn't cursed. Let's go. To the boss. Hello. Hey, get you baited, idiot. Oh shit. He thought I was going in that boss room. Honestly, so did I. Then that gold popped out. Yeet. Yeah, alright, how much Decide are we up to? 6,900. Nice. Nice. Let's spend it, and then we'll probably call it a day there. What do we get? We get... Was it amulet? No, we need the gloves because I need without armor on my incense. I'm like 40 under cap. So if we go up to 1550, we should be good. If we don't, we cry. We did. Let's fucking go. Huge, actually. We hit crit chance as well, which is kind of okay. It actually puts us at 100% now. I don't know what it was before. I'm sorry, what the crit chance was on these gloves before. But previously, before we got that crit, we were at 98% with the potion, 92% without the crit potion, and I really hope it was enough to make it so we don't need the crit potion anymore. I don't think it was. We'll probably be at like 95% without the crit potion or something like that. But that might still be enough to make me want to change potions that I use. I don't know. But then again, being at 100% crit is nice, and so being at not 100% crit is not as nice, you know? Imagine that. But anyways, that is where we're going to end it for now. So, I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you've enjoyed. If you didn't not already, make sure you smack the like and subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you smack the follow button. And come see me again Thursday of next week. We won't be playing Diablo 4. We'll be playing Path of Exile 2. To get ourselves hyped up for the update that's coming to that soon. That will be a pretty major shakeup, I think. To at least the feel of the game, if not the actual features available in the game. And then Path of Exile 1 will be a couple weeks after that with a whole new league. That'll be a major shakeup for the entire game. So we will be all over that when it comes in the middle of July sometime. So appreciate y'all watching. Hope you have yourselves a good Memorial Day weekend, or whatever the hell weekend it is. And yeah, so Arnie, thanks for hanging out. Thanks all of you for hanging out, and I'll see you Thursday of next week at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for Path of Exile 2. YEET.